I call the Monday, August 3rd, 2026 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Barlow.
I move we convene in closed session pursuant to following subsections of Virginia Code, Section 2.2, 3711. In accordance with Section 2.2, 3711A3, discussion and consideration of the acquisition of real property for public purpose where discussion in the open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position of the negotiating strategy of the public body. And two, in accordance with Section 2.2, 3711A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provisions of legal advice by such counsel.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we go into closed session. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We're in closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move we go back into open session.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded, we go back into open session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I will now poll members to certify that to the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and as identified in the motion for which the closed meeting was convened were discussed and considered by the board. If any member believes that the board varied from the purposes stated for the closed meeting, please state so and the reason prior to casting a vote. Mr. McCotter?
Yes.
Mrs. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Williams? Yes. Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Woodward?
Yes.
All right, we're back into open session. This is the Monday, August the 3rd, 2026 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors. I would like to welcome those of you who are in the public meeting room, those who are watching online. Say thank you to my wife for allowing me to be here on my anniversary. We will. She probably feels relieved. We will start tonight's meeting as we always do with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation by Mr. Williams. Please join us if you'd like to.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for loving us and making a way for us to get to heaven through your Son, Jesus Christ. Father, we're thankful that we live in a country that is free, where we can speak openly and govern ourselves, Father. Thank you for loving us, Father. May the proceedings here tonight bring glory to you in everything that we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance.
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add item number 5 under information discussion of the Haley Drive, Kentucky Springs Road intersection, sir.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of the bills.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded we approve the bills. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is recognitions. We do have a recognition tonight where we'll be recognizing Maisie Rowe as the Louisa County Public Schools 2026 Wallace L. Tingler MVP of the Year. Mrs. Stanley.
Stand at the podium up here and I'll face the audience.
Yeah, come right up here, face the audience. Nope, come up high.
All the way up.
Oh, all the way.
The Shark Tank, yeah.
Hey,
This is a resolution recognizing Maisie Rowe as the Louisa County Public Schools 2026 Wallace L. Tingler MVP of the Year. Whereas Louisa County Public Schools is committed to celebrating individuals who go above and beyond in service, dedication, and making meaningful connections that positively impact students, staff, and the school community. And whereas Miss Maisie Rowe, school nurse at Louisa County High School, has been named the 2026 Wallace L. Tingler MVP of the Year by Louisa County Public Schools in recognition of her outstanding compassion and service. And whereas Miss Rowe has faithfully served Louisa County Public Schools for 10 years, consistently demonstrating professionalism, kindness, and unwavering dedication to the health and well-being of others. And whereas throughout her tenure, Miss Rowe has become known for her positive, can-do attitude and her steadfast support of both the mental and physical health needs of students and staff alike. And whereas Miss Rowe has shared that her favorite part of her profession is knowing she is able to make a real difference in the well-being of a student, a philosophy that is reflected daily through her care, kindness, and commitment to service. And whereas the Louisa County Board of Supervisors further recognizes the tremendous support provided to Miss Rowe by her husband, Kenny Rowe, whose encouragement has contributed to her continued success and service to the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Louisa County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and commends Maisie Rowe for her exceptional contributions to Louisa County Public Schools and congratulates her on being selected as the 2026 Wallace L. Tingler MVP of the Year. Supervisor Adams.
Well, congratulations from the Board of Supervisors. Hard to believe convocation's tomorrow.
Yes.
School starts in a week. And I was at convocation practice today.
Oh, we're looking
And it's going to be exciting tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting school year. And what makes it exciting is great employees, and you certainly exemplify that. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we congratulate you very much.
Thank you so much.
We'll look right here.
Thank you.
If you'd like to say anything, you can certainly have a minute or two at the microphone.
Thank you all so much. It has been an honor to work at Louisa County High School for the last 10 years, and the employees are just above and beyond. I've worked at several different school locations, and there's none like Louisa, I'll tell you that. And thank you for mentioning my husband. I'll just have to say he'd be here tonight, but he is actually with God's Pit Crew in West Virginia helping the flood relief victims. So for him, I thank you all for mentioning that as well. Thank you all again. Y'all be blessed.
Thank you.
Very much. Congratulations. Before we move on to public comment, I will just take a minute to recognize, you know, we have started off at various times over the last few years, it's Christmas or New Year's or St. Patrick's Day, with a few decorations here, and some members of county staff have really gotten involved in
love
this
it.
and
Out of
and
control.
are very clever.
I love it.
What is it?
Out of control.
Oh, it's great.
No, we like it. So even though
Yes,
Shark
Alex.
Week officially ended yesterday, we're extending it one more day. And some of these, my understanding is, came from Lake Anna, so that's pretty exciting. We'll move on to public comment period. Public comment period is an opportunity for people to address the board on any subject that is not a public hearing. We do have 4 public hearings tonight. So if you're here about a public hearing, we'll wait till that happens. During public comment period, it is an opportunity for the citizens to address the board. The board typically does not respond. It does not mean that we're not listening or paying attention, but it's your opportunity to talk to the board. So when I call your name, come to the podium right behind the shark fins there, and you please use the microphone. State your name and your voting district. We'll give you a 15-second warning when you have 15 seconds left. I do have a letter that we from Sarah Teets that we will read in, or that we will enter into the public record that was sent in today. I do have the first. Is Mary Krantz here?
Yes.
Is
she's
Mary
right there.
here?
Yeah, she's right there.
Oh, I see you.
Mary Kranz, Mountain Road District. A few weeks ago, we had a public hearing on the CUP, and that's what I'm here to talk about tonight. And I remember at that public hearing, Ms. Jones asked me, well, what are you afraid of? Why is this CUP something you're afraid of? And I've been thinking about that question ever since. And what I'm afraid of is when those little yellow signs go up and when those letters go out to all the neighbors, that they will envision something frightening, a large homeless shelter, and drug addicts all over the yard, and all the other things we've come to associate with homeless shelters. And they will say, no, we don't want this. Whereas what our church and the other churches I'm familiar with would like to do is something not on that scale, something much smaller, a few people, a few nights a week, and very well organized through the Louisa Homeless Coalition. So I was really gratified to hear today that there is an idea that might separate these two things and solve this problem. And y'all are smiling, so you must know what I'm talking about. A carve-out these churches who are not trying to do something big would be exempt from the CUP by means of a carve-out for the smaller churches. And the way I'm understanding this, if you pass this ordinance tonight, that it would state something about this carve-out. And I also understand that the details of this carve-out, which of course would take some back and forth, would be kind of under the auspices of the Louisa Homeless Coalition.
Yes.
They have been so good at organizing things and making it work for all of us. So that's it. I just want to thank especially Mr. Adams, but everybody for all the work you've done on this, and especially the Louisa Homeless Coalition.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Alicia Ford.
Hello, I'm Alicia Ford. I'm in the Louisa voting district. I just wanted to really talk about not so much the CUP, but just the experience that my church had last year with just helping one person who was unhoused for one evening during the brutal winter storm that we had. She came to us looking for shelter, not finding a sign or anything that saying that we were providing shelter for people. It was actually through the Homeless Coalition, and we were able to provide her shelter for an evening. And I wanted to say that we actually had the opportunity to learn more about her. These people are not what they are presumed to be, and I am afraid that also, as Mary said previously, that we put signs up and people are going to be afraid of what they're going to see. And I often hear the phrase, these people. Well, I'll tell you, those of you who heard me speak once before last year, I was one of those people. And I can tell you that when you are living in that and you are having to deal with all of that, the last thing that you want to do is be thrown into a pile of people that don't matter, people that are not heard. And that is, it is one of the hardest things that I've ever had to deal with in my life. And the fact that it was a church, not in this county, but that doesn't matter, a church that was able to step up and help is without having to be questioned or without having to ask for permission, was one of the things that literally saved the life of my mom and myself. And I will say that our church specifically has come up with our own not our own plan, but a plan that seemed to work very well for us. We were not going to just make this available to where people could come in off the street and say, hey, we want to have shelter for the night. We did have a plan to have people either vetted through the Resource Council or another organization, not of our own. We would have a check-in that would be a requirement of everyone that would need shelter for the evening to come in and to check in with us. And they would come in at a certain time and would have to leave at a certain time and would be out of the building at a certain time.
15 seconds.
Yes, thank you. And this is something that our church actually spoke about, prayed about, and voted on. And so I would just like to urge the board to not make it more difficult for churches to support people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scott, can you change it to 5 minutes? Sure. Next is Jonathan Christian, who is representing the laser organization. I believe you're bringing a robot up here, so I hope you have that thing under control. Did I start your time? First, okay.
Will you hold that?
I was pointing at you. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that's cute.
explain, I promise. Okay. Good evening. I'm Jonathan Christian, a Mineral District resident and the executive director of a nonprofit called Laser. I'm here to share who we are, our vision, and our community impact. Doing this in 3 to 5 minutes is like asking Homer to shorten the Odyssey, but here we go. I'm representing the Laser Board of Directors, by the way. As a research scientist, I know tomorrow's problems won't be solved by standardized tests or memorizing textbooks. To prepare students for uncharted waters, you can't just hand them a formula. You have to teach them to build the boat, navigate, work together, and then give them room to get wonderfully lost. As Captain Hector Barbosa said, for certain you have to be lost to find a place that can't be found. That's where Laser comes in. We offer affordable hands-on STEAM education using robotics, blending physics, engineering, computer science, and AI. Your packets outline our programs and full impact, but in nautical terms, our monthly BattleBot events are where kids get their feet wet, summer camps are where they get knee-deep, and our competitive teams are where we set sail in uncharted waters to solve problems with no obvious solutions. Now you might wonder what my assistant, Bob, this pool noodle, and the intro music have to do with any of this. True innovation requires a lot of emotional intelligence. Rule number 1 of robotics is don't panic. Easier said than done. So we teach students how to recognize their mental state and course correct on the fly using something we call laser beams. For example, if they're feeling down, they give Bob a hug. If a team reaches a deadlock, they settle it with whoever wins the pool noodle duel. By the time the duel is over, any previous tension is completely forgotten and the team moves on. Next time you have a disagreement in closed session, you're welcome to borrow our pool noodles. We have more.
I'm keeping this one. I'm
Fair
not
enough.
getting it back. I'm keeping it.
Just like Bob and the noodles, music is another tool we use to manage stress. When a student's analytical left brain overheats, our student-curated music playlist we use in our practices lets the creative right side take over for a while. The song you heard earlier, Magic in the Air, is our theme song that serves as a reminder for students to never lose sight of the magic they're creating. I wish I could show you some student robots, but our season is just starting this week. Check back with us in March, and you'll see some mind-blowing creations that are much better than that robot I made here for our summer camp. Above all, we reward the process, teaching students to value the journey even when they've been spun around 1,000 times. That messy hands-on learning doesn't exist in textbooks, which is why you won't find a single one at our facility at 102 East 1st Street in Mineral. Students learn by doing, as we teach basic principles and offer open-ended challenges where kids pick from a buffet of tens of thousands of robot parts to explore the what if. In closing, we teach students that hard isn't scary, impossible isn't in our vocabulary, and you need your teammates more than you admit. We are here because while some districts have massive robotics budgets and for-profit education companies charge exorbitant fees, we believe your zip code or educational affiliation shouldn't dictate your access to high-tech learning. Our future needs a new breed of innovators to lead the way, and we are proud to say many of them will be coming from 102 East 1st Street unless the doors are closed. We currently have a facility usage agreement signed with the town of Mineral through July 2027. With all the uncertainty centered around the town charter, we're not sure what happens next. Since our founding in June 2023, 285 students coming from 6 different counties have walked through our doors to build robots in Mineral. As you'll see on page 3 of your packet, we offer these opportunities at a fraction of the cost for nearby for-profit education companies. In fact, our classes are up to 5 times cheaper, our camps are 7 times cheaper, and our competitive teams are up to 16 times cheaper than such companies within an hour's driving distance of Louisa. That affordability is a direct result of our partnership with the town, which allows us to use the historic building at 102 East 1st Street at a discounted rental rate. According to Virginia Code 15.2-3708, it's my understanding that the property would transfer to Louisa County if the mineral charter dissolves. Should that happen, we ask that you consider extending our current agreement so that we can continue to offer affordable, high-tech STEAM programs that are available to students of all educational affiliations and zip codes. When the time comes, if you need a copy of that agreement, please email me on the address found on the back of the business cards I've handed out, and I'd be happy to provide it. To be honest, we feel a little like the Who's from Dr. Seuss' classic, Horton Hears a Who. We are sharing our vision so that local governing bodies can hear, just as Horton did, those small voices saying, we are here, we are here, we are here. 5 years ago, Laser didn't exist, but now organizations in the robotics community, from Culpeper to Richmond to Chesapeake to Herndon, know who we are. They know we bring the noise, the music, and we bring the innovators of tomorrow. If the pages turn and a new chapter opens in Mineral, we ask that you remember that we are here, we are here, we are here. Thank you.
I'm glad you came.
So the time got stuck. We'll figure that out in a minute. So are you going to do anything with the robot?
Do you want me to do anything?
Yes.
That's why the time got stuck.
Sitting in front of us.
We always bring robots. So this was the monster spinning weapon on the front, which destroys just about anything it touches. And then
Did he say weapon?
Spinning weapon.
Aim it that way.
Tony, get your noodle up.
we have some complicated mechanical systems, but we also have some complicated pneumatic systems, electrical systems. So students had to hit the rear target to open the doors with pneumatics, and then they had to get 2 critical hits with the sensors that are embedded inside. And so they had to collaborate to build a robot from scratch that would defeat the monster, do different mini games.
Cool.
That is really awesome.
Cool.
That's awesome.
And my students build way better robots than I do.
Thank you.
But yeah, you keep it moving. It is easy.
I need a bigger one.
Fair enough.
Closed session gets
He
big.
looked over and realized the guy who was going to use the noodle and had a hammer.
Yeah. Plus it good.
Speaking. I did not know they existed.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Next card I have is Aaron Jones. Do you have a robot?
Sadly, I do not have a
It's gonna
robot.
go a lot better for you if you got a robot.
Apparently we like them.
No, I'm here to comment, offer a couple points of view, and I'm Erin Jones I live in the
Thank
Green
you.
Springs district.
Hello.
So on the matter of the humanitarian shelter, I work as a community doula at CVHS with OB patients there, and in that work over the past 2 years I've been there, and I've seen clients who are in the perinatal period of pregnancy, having babies, postpartum, who have sometimes been in very unstable housing situations, and they are Louisa County residents, and one of whom I worked with, David McWilliams, pastor of Zion United Methodist, last year to help bring out of a dangerous situation and house for temporarily until we found a more permanent solution. So I've seen the need in the county. It's not like we have dozens of people at any given time, but off and on we have a couple folks who don't have safe shelter, and especially in times when it's freezing cold in the winter or really hot in the summer. I would love to see an easy solution. I don't pretend to know the solution, but a way to help them have a safe place to shelter overnight. I am a member at Mechanicsville Baptist Church. Alicia just spoke about our church, and our hope to help provide shelter for our neighbors. We're only looking to house folks who are Louisa County residents who don't have safe shelter, and temporarily, and partner with other organizations, the LHC, Louisa Resource Council, maybe work with social services to be able to have them refer individuals who come to them who don't have safe shelter to be able to offer a temporary solution while we help them figure out a more long-term solution. And it does seem prohibitive, the whole thing of having signs out and having our neighbors, it seems like a much bigger deal than it necessarily needs to be. I don't want to incite fear from our neighbors. We don't anticipate bringing anybody dangerous in, and it's not going to be long term, and it's not going to be more than maybe, I don't know if it would even be as much as 5 individuals at any given time. So I think those are the thoughts I had that I wanted to share on that subject. Thank you for your time and for considering and trying to find a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I call the next card, and we will add this to the public record, we have
I think they want to speak.
Diana
Beery.
Beery,
Is she here?
who is not in attendance, but
I don't know if she's here.
it says no, I will not be in attendance.
Okay.
Expressing support for the laser program that you just saw. And Micah, Florida, you are in attendance, I believe? Yes, sir.
read from my notes if that's all right. Hello, my name is Micah Florida, and my voting district is Louisa. A little bit about myself. I've supported the Army as an electronics and telecommunications engineer for over 20 years, but I'm here today to talk about my son and about the value that laser brings children in this community. My 9-year-old has participated in a range of laser programs for more than 1 year, and he is currently on the competitive team. A little bit about him. His name's Corbin. He has been a consistent honor roll student, safety patrol, Boy Scout, and a 4-H member. His hobbies and interests are fueled by an endless curiosity. My wife and I do our best to introduce new educational opportunities at home, like 3D printing, reading, and art and science activities. One thing that we can't provide is an environment rich with technology, real-time problem solving, and team collaboration. That's where Laser comes in. This program has provided hours and hours of education and engagement of a kind that we cannot find anywhere else in our community. It brings our youth together to work as a team, to problem solve, and through iterative design apply engineering fundamentals to produce a robot for competition. The range of activities that they do are diverse, and the quality of the instruction is second to none, thanks to Jonathan. Please consider this valuable community resource for our youth as Mineral and Louisa adapt to potential upcoming challenges. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Next is well, I can do the Alan Smith part, but I can't really figure out your first name.
Reverend.
Is it Ray?
It's Reverend.
It's Reverend. Oh, okay. It looks like R-E-N. Reverend. Reverend Smith.
Hi, I'm sorry for my handwriting.
That's okay.
My name is Alan Smith. I serve as pastor of Mechanicsville Baptist Church. I am not a resident of the county, but am here representing our church. And I'm sorry that myself and a couple others were not here last month when the issue of humanitarian shelter was discussed. We were actually with the students of our church on a mission trip out of town and not able to rearrange that schedule to be here. As you know, many things do not take vacations, if you will. I primarily wanted to clarify something. I did have an opportunity to watch the video from last month, and I know it was said, and I know it was not made specific, but I know it was said that a pastor came a year ago asking and seeking to bus people in from other counties. Since that was left anonymous, I do not know if it was referring to me, but I will say that a year ago I came to the county with an application for our church to serve as emergency shelter before the Planning Commission approved the change to humanitarian shelter that continues to be discussed. And I would just like to clarify for the record that if that was referring to me, I brought nothing of the sort implying that we wanted to bus people in from other counties. In fact, that was a question that was brought to me by the people that I met with in the meeting. So I just wanted to clarify things like that because I'm afraid that some things are being said and possibly some other pastors are being misrepresented in terms of intent. I would like to say from our perspective, you heard some from our church who shared that even this past winter in our efforts to help, we helped one person on one evening during what I would consider a pretty once-in-a-lifetime snowstorm, although I should probably tap on the wood as I say that because who knows how it might come up again. But my point is it's not something where we are hoping to overrun our church or anything else. It is merely an effort to help the people who are in need and people who desire to be helped. And I do recognize there's probably a little bit of a self-selection bias. And what I mean by that is the individuals who do not have a place to stay, who are willing to stay in a church, are probably not the ones that might carry some of the stereotypes that we might associate. The last thing I want to say briefly, as far as it regards the CUP and that process. I certainly understand the board and the county's need to do all that we can to protect citizens and residents of our county. And I do say our, I recognize I'm not a resident myself, but serving a church and feel a part of the community. I do want to raise this concern. My concern is the way the CUP makes this entire process and what we've tried to do as a church very public. And the last thing I want, as you heard from Alicia mention, the process that we developed as a church was to rely on resources in our community, such as the Resource Council, to refer individuals to us.
15 seconds.
I thought I got 5, but I guess only 3, even though I'm representing an organization. Okay. We ask people to refer to us. And anyway, my point is we are not waiting at the door for people to show up. We know who's coming in advance. So the last thing I want is anybody who is for or against this knocking on our door and causing disruption to people who are trying to have a peaceful night's sleep.
Thank you, sir. Juanita Joe. I guess I should be more formal. Juanita Joe Matkins.
Juanita Joe Matkins, Mountain Road District. First of all, I want to, it seems like we've been working on this a long time, this humanitarian shelter idea that Louisa County citizens have been trying to implement. So I want to thank everybody on the board for the time that you spent and the thoughts that you put into trying to figure out a way to make this work. And y'all know that sharks have multiple layers of teeth, and you know when they bite something, one tooth falls out, and then behind it another tooth moves in. Well, I feel like that's the way these solutions have been coming forward. We started out with an initial idea from the Planning Commission for a CUP, and then that got kind of bitten off, and then another CUP came along, and I wrote to several of the members of the board saying that I was in favor recently of a by right solution, and then I found out that by right means a whole lot more than I thought it meant. And so that went by the way. And now I'm hearing that there's a carve-out idea, and that sounds like, to me, the best idea so far. So I really appreciate y'all's willingness to dig into this and be solution-driven. I also think that, in talking with several of you, that you are personally in favor of the idea of opening up our doors in churches to people in need, especially in times when the weather presents hazards to people in need. So if you are indeed personally in favor of this idea, perhaps the Board of Supervisors as a body could consider supporting the Louisa Homeless Coalition in some way, particularly because last meeting in July, you found out that the Homeless Coalition, when there's a family involved, pays for hotel rooms for those people. And those rooms are not cheap. And if you decide that that is the purview of the board, great. And even if you don't, I'm sure that you can find someone on the Homeless Coalition to accept your personal donation to help out with this. But I thank you. I thank you for working with us, trying to figure out how to make this work.
Thank you, ma'am. And way to work in the shark theme. That was good. Way to work it in. That was good.
That was good.
Ashley Michael.
Good evening. I'm Ashley Michael from the Louisa Voting District. Just wanted to take a few minutes to share some upcoming events that are coming to the town that I'm really excited about. Tomorrow night, we're going to be having our National Night Out celebration. So numerous service agencies are going to be filling up Court Square. It's a good collaboration between our town police, the sheriff's office. I think DEA is there handing out free snow cones. Yes, I said free. And the Big Gavel Band will be playing from the court steps. So we're going to have some food trucks. Our local Main Street businesses are also going to be operating a little bit later, so you can definitely come out and have a good time. On Saturday night, we are going to be having the back to school block party. I hear that we're going to have a dunk tank with maybe some familiar faces, including myself and maybe a special chairman. So to be raising money for scholarships. We'll also have a superintendent there as well.
Throw something at that.
I'm sorry?
What's it cost to throw something at that?
Yeah, we're
Last
still
time I
working.
read social media, it was free.
But But again, live music. We're also going to have a career and job opportunity program out there that'll be connecting the CTE program with their students and with actual opportunities within the community. So really excited about both of those things coming up. Also wanted to take a minute to say thank you, not to you guys, even though you're great, but to your staff. Literally, as I'm looking around this room, there's not a single face that over the last, I'd say, 10 months, specifically the last month and 2 weeks, who have not really stepped in to help us in very, very, very great ways. It does take a village to raise a town, apparently, and that's what we're doing. And I appreciate that. I cannot truly express my gratitude enough for the staff that has helped us, for our own staff at the town, and to carry us along. No one has turned away a question, and y'all know that I am full of them. And I will also take a minute, I didn't know that JC was going to be here, but that laser program is incredible. I've personally got to go there and drive and build some stuff, which was really cool. And seeing the impact that it has on these children, especially children who sometimes may not find their way in other places, to find a space there where they can be who they are. It's really quite exciting. So that's all I had. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Lynn Kogel.
Evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Pogel from the Mineral District, and I appreciate a couple of minutes, even though I have no robots, I have no music, I have nothing fun.
All right, give her 30 seconds.
But what I want to talk, let me talk really fast. But I have exciting stuff to talk about, and that's the humanitarian shelter and the ordinance that you're going to be discussing this evening. First of all, several people have said, we appreciate what y'all have been doing. I specifically want to thank Chris Kuhn. He has been amazing the last few months working with the Homeless Coalition, our members, our churches, to try to help us understand what is by right, what is a CUP, and boy, have we learned a lot. I hope you all have learned a lot about us too in the process of doing that. So we understand a lot of that now, which actually put a few more questions in our mind. But I think Chris and his staff and all of you have been involved in that, and also you as supervisors for the work that you're doing. I know this is not an easy decision. I understand that. I've been working with the Homeless Coalition now for 4 years. It's under the Louisa Community Emergency Fund. It's actually the nonprofit that I chair, and Dwayne Surgeon, who's here, is also a member of our board. And we're the ones who sort of started the program a few years ago. And it's been a long road. Like I said, we've learned a lot. But you as supervisors, I think, are working to find a good path forward. Not just a path forward, but a good path forward, the right path forward for nighttime sheltering for the unhoused in our community. Just today this morning, Dwayne and I had a conversation, and he mentioned that you might consider a carve-out option. We've just talked about that briefly from the CUP process. And we're not saying free-for-all. We're saying still having guiding processes and principles, which we actually already have in place. It's a temporary shelter for a few people. As one of our pastors mentioned, we're not looking for big crowds. We don't expect that. What I want to see is the best options for all involved. I want to see churches to be able to do what they're supposed to do, to help the unhoused. And for the surrounding community members to understand what it's like when you want a warm place to sleep at night when it's freezing outside, or a cool place to sleep at night when it's roasting outside. So I just hope and pray that you all can come up with the right solution that will simplify things for the churches to do what they're intended to do. And I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dwayne Surgeon.
My name is Dwayne Surgeon. I'm in the Mineral District. And I just want to take, by the way, I'm representing the Homeless Coalition, so I might need 5 minutes.
Hold on. Sorry. Give me 5 minutes.
And so I briefly want to, of course, reiterate what people before me have said, to thank the board for listening to us and discussing with us and having a conversation to educate yourselves and to also educate us as to the point of view you're coming from. I want to specifically say that this new idea that is under discussion for what's been referred to as a carve-out, I think is a good step forward to make it so that churches, small churches, housing small numbers of people for a limited number of days out of the year, under certain circumstances, could be avoid having to go through this CUP process. Chris and his staff, I know, have worked very hard on a new CUP application, but nonetheless, first time I looked at it, it's a lot of stuff to go through, and also the processes along with that for the community notification, posting signs, and all those things, which I don't think will help us to help those in dire need here in the county. And we're speaking of the people who are probably in the greatest need of anyone in the community. So I would encourage you to move forward with that, and to somehow codify it or put it in the ordinance and go on record of supporting an alternative solution, and as opposed to just talking about it. We would like to see that kind of commitment from the county. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you didn't even need the 3 minutes.
Just in case.
Yeah, I hear you.
My name is Dwayne.
Fair point. So I do have one more card, which is from a resident of Goochland, and I will call you, but by our bylaws, Louisa residents go first. So that's all the cards I have other than this gentleman. Is there anyone else here from Louisa County? Mrs. Hart, I saw her come in, so I knew Mrs. Hart. Come on, Vicki. That would wish to address the board. Vicki?
Was there ever any doubt?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No.
I knew that. I would like to remind
Yeah.
all
Nay.
of you.
Nay.
Oh, sorry, Vicki Hart. You called my name first. Vicki Hart, Louisa District. Thank you for reminding me. I would like to remind all of you that the separation of church and state allows churches to participate in their religion's faith to the tenets of their faith. I don't understand why we're even getting involved as a government. When we're dealing with I am on the Homeless Coalition, but that is not what I'm here. I'm not representing them. I'm just talking for me. When a church wants to take its resources to serve someone in need, who are we to tell them they can't do it? We're not talking about an organization where you sign up online to have rooms. We're talking about a very limited population of county residents. And I don't see why we're even getting involved with telling them how they need to serve their purpose as a church. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, is there any other Louisa residents that would wish to address the board? Yes, sir, Mr. Lyons. Yes, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Chris Lyles, Mineral District. One thing I want to mention, this laser program this guy talked about sounds awesome. So I don't know anything about it, but I'm an engineer too, and the stuff and the work he's doing sounds really awesome. So if everything goes to crap in Mineral, hopefully y'all will still give him well, everything's already gone to crap in Mineral. So hopefully if it gets worse and y'all have some say, you'll let the guy keep using the building for free. So, but anyway. The other thing I want to talk about was the CUP process a little bit. To your previous speaker, yeah, church and state's one thing, but you're also here to protect the property rights of all individuals, not just let churches run carte blanche and do whatever they want to, and say religious freedom. It's part of our mission. That doesn't fly either. It has to be a balancing act here. I don't know much about this. I know nothing about this carve-out negotiation that seems to be in place. Hopefully I'll learn about a little bit more about it here shortly. Interested to know more. But I just want to make sure we're not setting ourselves up for a mess. Every time somebody comes up with a good idea, we run to the county and say, hey, I don't like the CUP process. Can I get a carve out? Just be careful what you sign up for in a slippery slope. Once you do it for one person, everybody is going to have a good idea fairy and want similar treatment. I think that's an important thing to realize when you're balancing this out. Nobody comes here and wants, if anybody could avoid the CUP process, they would love to do it. But it's, again, I think it goes back to the neighbors surrounding something. Their property rights and what's going on in their community matter too. And they should have some knowledge of what the heck's going on. That's kind of the whole purpose of the process. If somebody wants to come build a truck stop, they're not going to get a carve out. It goes through a process. Just be careful what you do, and I'm really looking forward to learning more about it, and hopefully it does meet the needs of everyone, and it's a great solution, and we can go have a kumbaya to talk about it. But thanks for your time.
You hit all the high notes tonight.
He was on a roll.
All right, any other Louisa County residents want to speak? I see you're chomping at the bit, so I'm ready to give you time.
Who's that?
Vince Pontani, did I get it right? Oh, there you go.
Good evening. Vince Montani. I'm a Goochland resident. I know that's maybe not great here, but I just wanted to come here on behalf of John Christian and the laser program and his BattleBots camp, things like that. I'm a grandparent, so I had grandchildren in it, and a rising 5th grader and a rising 7th grader who all summer long go, I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored. After that camp last week, it was best thing I've ever done. Just watching them problem solve, learn how to develop the code to program their brain box, solve challenges that John threw at them every day, different challenges, learn how to do gear reduction and build gearboxes and look at mechanical advantage and things like that. I was even kind of going, oh, I'd like to learn to do some of this myself. But it was just for what it's worth, watching 10 kids last week at the camp. I was a grandparent / parent volunteer at the camp, watching 10 kids build some phenomenal machines to battle. He didn't tell you that big robot he had was named Polyphemus from the Odyssey. It was the one-eyed monster that attacked Odysseus and his men. Watching them try to meet the challenge of defeating that robot. And some of the kids did get critical hits on Polyphemus and managed to pin him. But then he gave different challenges throughout the week that they had to solve. And watching the wheels turn in these kids, 10 of them, and then looking at the advanced camp kids that were coming in the afternoon, were building Rube Goldberg machines that had to do stuff. I was astounded, and I've been doing this a long time with other stuff. I'm a retired Marine, so I had to work with Marines for 30 years. So just, again, for what it's worth, I think what he brings and what he's developed and what he's presenting for these kids is absolutely phenomenal. And the cost is drastically less. My one grandson came down from Loudoun County, and it was probably a fifth of what he would have had to pay to do an equivalent program up in Loudoun County, and not got as much out of it. And my granddaughter who came, she's from over in Fluvanna. The two of them went. It was absolutely astounding. So again, thank you for letting me address you and just give some kudos to John and the laser program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I got some great video if you want to see some of the other cool robots. So.
Thank you. All right. I don't have any other cards. I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone that would wish to address the board during public comment period? All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll move on to information discussion items. The first is a presentation on the Virginia Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. And Hurley, I never get your last name right.
Lucas.
Lucis. You look very nice tonight. I like the
Yeah, it
outfit.
was very fancy.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Hurley Lucchese, and I'm a senior at Louisa County High School, the Virginia FCCLA First Vice President, and a chapter officer here in Louisa County. Today, I'd like to introduce you to FCCLA, share how it's impacted my life, explain what we're doing here in Louisa County, talk about how the community can support the next generation of leaders, and answer any questions you may have. I'm a senior at Louisa County High School and have been involved in FCCLA for the past 4 years. Outside of FCCLA, I'm involved in several leadership and service organizations throughout our school and community, including, but not limited to, the Reflector Yearbook Editor-in-Chief, President and founder of the Louisa Young Dems. I'm on the Blue Ridge, Virginia Governor School Student Leadership Council, active 4-H member, and on the Holiday Lake 4-H Center Teen Leadership Council, and there's a few other things, but I'm going a little long. As you can see, serving others has always been something I'm passionate about, and FCCLA has given me a place to turn that passion into meaningful action. Over the past 4 years, it's helped me grow not only as a leader, but also as a person. FCCLA stands for the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. It's a national career and technical student organization for family and consumer sciences education. Across the country, more than 250,000 students are involved in FCCLA. Members develop leadership skills, prepare for their careers, compete in events, and complete service projects that make a real difference in their community. The organization focuses on preparing students not only for successful careers, but also for life beyond high school. Here in Louisa County, we're fortunate to have a very active chapter at Louisa County High School with around 40 members, and we're excited to see our middle school chapter continue to grow as well. Our members are involved in projects that directly benefit our community. We've helped provide Thanksgiving meals to families, hosted free movie nights, organized student-led community events, and built partnerships with local businesses. In 2025, our chapter also received FCCLA's National Public Relations Award, recognizing the work we've done to promote both our chapter and our community. We were the only chapter out of 4,500 to receive this award. These experiences allow students to develop leadership skills while giving back to Louisa County. When people ask me why I stay involved in FCCLA, the answer is simple. FCCLA gave me opportunities that I never imagined I would have. It gave me confidence to speak in front of others, introduced me to leaders from across Virginia, and challenged me to step outside of my comfort zone. More importantly, it showed me that leadership isn't about having a title. It's about serving others and making your community better. Those lessons are something I'll carry with me long after high school. I'm also very fortunate to have 2 mentors who have shaped my FCCLA journey. My first mentor was my dad, Daniel Lucchese. Dad always taught me,
It's okay. It's okay, Hurley.
I'm sorry. The importance of leadership in serving my community. He always inspired me to keep following my dreams in FCCLA. After I ran for office my first time, and when I did not succeed, he made sure to remind me that I can do anything I set my mind to. In December of 2025, my father passed away after a traumatic brain injury. After his death, I decided to run for office again in memory of the life lessons that he taught me. I will always remember him and how he made me grow. My second mentor is my advisor and my facts teacher, Miss Lohr. When I started FCCLA in my freshman year, I never would have imagined being where I am today. Miss Lohr helped me grow from an uninvolved freshman to a state officer in my senior year. She's been with me through thick and thin and has sacrificed so much of her time and her energy to make me a better leader. Miss Lohr is my favorite teacher, my best friend, and I couldn't imagine how my journey would have ended up without her. My journey with FCCLA started in 2023 when I joined the organization. I helped carry out chapter projects and listen to the advice of other chapter officers. The following year, I was elected chapter president at the Louisa County High School. I helped revitalize the chapter and progress it towards the future. In 2025, I competed in hospitality, tourism, and recreation star event, and I placed first in Virginia. Earlier this year, I was elected the Virginia FCCLA first vice president, becoming the first state officer from Louisa County High School and only the second from Louisa County. Each of these opportunities have pushed me to grow as a leader and represent both my school and our community across the Commonwealth. As the Virginia FCCLA First Vice President, I serve on the organization's board of directors and help lead Virginia FCCLA alongside my other state officers. I help conduct meetings, represent more than 15,000 FCCLA members across Virginia, and work to build partnerships that strengthen our organization. One of my goals is to bring more opportunities back home to Louisa County by connecting local businesses and organizations with FCCLA. It's an incredible opportunity to represent our community on a statewide level. FCCLA benefits Louisa County in many ways. Our members complete service projects that directly impact local families, develop leadership skills that prepare them for future careers, and earn awards that bring positive recognition to our county. We have reached over 1,000 citizens through service projects and programs. The partnerships we build with local businesses create opportunities for students while strengthening connections throughout the county. Every student who becomes involved gains skills in communication, leadership, teamwork, and problem solving, skills that will benefit Louisa County for years to come. There are several ways our community can support FCCLA. Following our chapter on social media helps spread awareness of what our students are accomplishing. Businesses can partner with us through sponsorships, mentoring, or event support. And simply sharing information about FCCLA helps students discover opportunities they may not have known existed. If anyone is interested in learning more or partnering with us, I'd be happy to talk to you after today's meeting. Thank you again for allowing me to share my story and introduce you to FCCLA. I'm incredibly proud to represent Louisa County and Virginia, and I appreciate your continued support of students and leadership opportunities within our community. Thank you.
Hurley, before you sit down, let me thank you for this presentation. And you've come to the board multiple times to speak. And let me just say, you are an outstanding young man who has a very, very bright future in front of you. You did a tremendous job this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of Louisa County right here. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions to Hurley? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next is a discussion of the Transportation Rural Long Range Plan. Mr. Eglin. It's nice to see you outside of a public hearing.
Good evening, Chairmen and members of the Board of Supervisors. The Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, TJPDC, has begun an update of the 2040 Rural Long Range Transportation Plan for Planning District 10, which comprises of 5 counties, including Louisa and 1 city. The Rural Long Range Transportation Plan serves as a long-term vision for transportation improvements and investment across the region's rural jurisdiction and helps identify transportation needs, priorities, and opportunities over a 20-year planning horizon. To accomplish this plan update, the TJPDC is seeking input from Planning District 10 members on a proposed set of regional transportation goals, which County Administration will be reaching out to you in the coming weeks to discuss in more detail. The draft goals shown on the current screen range from safety and system maintenance to economic development. These goals are intended to provide a framework for plan recommendations, project identification, and implementation strategies for the updated Rural Long Range Transportation Plan. Planning District 10 localities meet quarterly as a Rural Transportation Advisory Committee known as RTAC. As your RTAC representative, at these meetings, I'm looking for the board's guidance on the goals and objectives Louisa is looking to achieve in this update of the Rural Long Range Transportation Plan. The TJPDC has asked RTAC to vote on the goals in tomorrow's quarterly RTAC meeting. As Louisa's representative, I will be requesting a deferral of that vote until November to allow Louisa County and other members of the Planning District 10 more time to review the materials recently provided by the TJPDC and to gather detailed feedback from the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Ragland?
Mr. Chairman? Thanks, Mr. Ragland. It is good to see you. I was reading in the packet that goal number 1 is safety. Improve the safety of transportation system for all users by reducing crashes, fatalities, and serious injuries through infrastructure improvements and education. Now, this Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, does it have any sway with local VDOT or VDOT, or are these? I'm trying to understand if there really is any true use here for protecting our citizens and traffic safety.
So this particular plan can be used for smart scale applications as an attachment. So obviously, we understand the metrics that are required for smart scale, and this would just be a plan used to help on our argument of choosing our project over another locality's project.
Okay. I think Cuckoo District would be very interested in talking to you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Barlow and myself on the two representatives on the Thomas Jefferson Planning District. It is important that we participate as well as the other localities in the planning district. I'd say more so on a state level when you go and present things like smart scale and that type of thing, to be able to add the planning district's favor to that. So I do think this is important. We really don't see, it's a very small percentage do we see locally as to what the planning district does overall, but they help an awful lot of things. And this is just one of those items in transportation.
Sir, anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is a discussion of economic opportunity zones, and that would be.
I'll take care of the introduction to this, and we'll have Mr. Wade at the podium in case you have any questions that I can't answer. So opportunity zones have been in place in the state for some time, and the current governor's administration has an opportunity to have a say in some additions and changes to those opportunity zones. And at a very high level, opportunity zones involve identifying census tracts that meet certain criteria, and if they meet those criteria, then there are federal tax incentives that are available to incentivize investment into those specific census tracts. And in the past, Louisa County hasn't had tracts that have been eligible for inclusion as opportunity zones, and this year we do. The governor's office has asked for a survey. That survey, which is just a preliminary survey, we still have an opportunity to make changes if necessary. But that survey was due prior to this meeting. It was put out fairly recently. And so we have some draft answers in on that survey. There are two tracts in the county, one north of town and one south of town, that encompasses a pretty significant swath on Route 250, including one of our growth areas down there. The governor is allowed to select, I believe, 25% of the available opportunity zones that are recommended by local governing bodies. Having opportunity zones over our census tracts doesn't compel any local decisions, only adds a tool to the proverbial toolbox for the Board of Supervisors to use. So should you all see a project that you think would be beneficial, that would be something that they could potentially leverage. Governor Spanberger has provided four, and I thought I had them in my notes, and I'm going to try to find them very quickly because clearly they don't. This is a picture, as you can see in front of you, this is a picture of the two census tracts in the county, but Governor Spanberger has got four goals that she would like to accomplish within these, and they are, I'm going to try to remember them, and perhaps Andy can help me: downtown revitalization, affordable housing, business development, commercial business development, and I'm drawing a blank on the fourth.
Business-ready sites.
Thank you. So anyway, this, at this point, this is to ensure that the board is aware of this. Again, there's nothing binding placed on the county. It does not supersede any local zoning that the board would have in place. It is simply another tool in the box that we could use to attract growth that the board and the citizens would like in specific areas. Andy, what did I miss?
I think you nailed it. Just a couple
additional points. The two qualifying criteria for opportunity zones are poverty levels and median household family income. And because Louisa is not associated with the MSA, a metropolitan statistical area, which in our case would be Richmond or Charlottesville and maybe Fredericksburg, the median family household income is based on state median average. So neither of the census tracts that are eligible in Louisa qualified based on the poverty metric, but they did based on the median household family. One to the north was about 55% of the state's median household income, and the one on the down along the interstate was right at 65%. And the threshold, you have to be 70 or below, 70% or below to qualify. From an investor's perspective, you know, why would an investor be interested in an opportunity zone? And if you're familiar with 1031 exchanges, those are real estate to real estate exchanges whereby you can defer capital gains tax for however long you want to till you die, pass it on to your kids, you know, state tax free. But opportunity zones present the same opportunity for business investment, and 1031 exchanges, you have to invest everything, you know, all dollars made on a sale. In opportunity zones, you can just invest the gains that you make from your original cost basis compared to what you sell it for. And it can be gains on anything. It doesn't have to be real estate. It could be stocks and bonds, mutual funds, things of that nature, and you can invest those into opportunity zones. It's tax-free growth, so whatever your cost basis in year one is, if you hold that through for 10 years, not only do you get to eliminate the tax on whatever your cost basis was, but you can eliminate taxes on whatever that gain is over that 10-year period if you were to sell the asset after 10 years. 1031, you've got to file the money with an intermediary, a clearinghouse, if you will. Opportunity zone investments, you can do that on your own. The burden is on you to satisfy the IRS that you've taken that step and qualified yourself and the opportunity zone for those investments. Benefits to the local community, I mean, I think they're pretty obvious. It's new capital investment invested in the county, new potential for job creation, and new diversification of the local tax base, so revenue for the county. Christian mentioned one of the opportunity zone out here on 250. It actually spans two different growth areas in the county, designated growth areas. It does extend way out of those growth areas as well, but in that particular zone, which is the one we prioritized in the survey that we took because we had to prioritize one, we did that because of the growth area and the infrastructure that was in place, not only transportation, but public utilities as well. So again, you don't have to do anything. You're not compelled to do anything. If there was a decision made that we don't want to participate, I think we could make that known, and the governor would not consider either zone for designation. I think there are a lot of localities that are a lot of competition for these designations going forward. And I was surprised that we had two, and it kind of landed on our lap. I mean, the survey was the first time that we knew that we were eligible for opportunity zones, and as Christian mentioned, we've never been eligible for those in the past. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions? So when will we know if these sites are chosen?
Yes, good question. So the governor makes a recommendation to the Department of Treasury in September, and then by the end of this year, the Department of Treasury will make those designations known publicly.
U.S. Department of Treasury.
Yeah.
So my understanding then is this is a tool. I mean, the board obviously, but you as the economic development director, as we're looking for commercial development, business development, this is just an additional tool that would allow tax-free investment, really, or tax-deferred, I guess, investment from businesses in the county. Maybe I've oversimplified it, but that's basically it.
No,
correct?
that's a good assessment. Yeah, federal tax, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Mr. Wade, suppose a piece of property is under contract right now in that opportunity zone. Will it be eligible if it's passed in September? Like if you got a piece of property under contract now in the opportunity zone and we get designated in September, would that investor be, will he qualify for that?
That's a good question too. I think, let me research that and I'll get back to you. I'm thinking the new designation is going to start January 1 of 27.
Okay.
But the state did tell me today if Governor Spanberger recommends it, Treasury Department's essentially getting a rubber stamp that she recommends. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. All right. Next is a discussion on town of mineral planning that will be presented by Ms. Smith and Mr. Goodwin. But before I call Ms. Smith, I did want to just say, I asked for this to be on the board's agenda, and I want to be very clear why I asked for this to be on the board's agenda, because I've gotten lots of phone calls, lots of emails, lots of text messages before today and prior to today. And I just will say this from myself personally. I do not live in the town of Mineral. I have no say in what the town of Mineral's government does. The county does not have a position on any action that the town council would do. And we have no interest in inserting ourselves in any of their political discussions. But there were questions that were raised by citizens once there was a newspaper article in public discussion, and it was in the public domain, that there was conversation at the town council level about possibly annulling their charter. Again, let me be very clear. That is a decision only of the town council of Mineral, and depending on what their decision is, it would go to a vote of the voters in the town of Mineral. So this discussion is in no way, shape, or form designed to have an opinion either way. But I believe that it is important, since this discussion is happening, and depending on what the action would be, the county would have an involvement based on state code. And so I've asked the county attorney, Ms. Smith, and the county administrator to talk about the county attorney specifically what the state code lays out, and then the county administrator will have some comments after that. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first say that it's a detailed process, and I'm just going to give you a brief summary of what that process is. So first, there must be an agreement between the town council and the board of supervisors, and this agreement would deal with transfer of revenues, services, facilities, assets, and assumption of existing town debt. Then you would need, after an agreement is reached, the town council must pass an ordinance by a majority of votes of its members. After the ordinance is adopted, the town must meet various notice, service, and publication requirements. Next, the town must petition the circuit court, who by order will require a referendum. Then there must be a special election, and ultimately the voters of the town will get to decide yes or no on the question of whether the charter of the town shall be annulled. After any annulment, other items will need to be addressed, including transfer of property, debt, town records, any suits pending against the town, any special debt district if that's provided for in the agreement. All of that must be discussed and addressed. And finally, after all this is done, if the voters approve this, the corporate body of the town is dissolved, and the county must make a request to the state General Assembly to repeal the charter. and that would be the final process.
Thank you. Just to be clear, though, that if any of those things took place, it would be initiated by the town council of the town of Mineral.
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, staff has been talking about this. We've been approached by some people in town who've asked questions. I have not been approached by anybody on council, but we've certainly had some people interested in what this process looks like, and we've had some internal discussions about what that would look like. It isn't something that we've dealt with, at least during my tenure here, but I think we would certainly, Mrs. Smith talked about the meeting with town council first to kind of talk about the details of what things look like, and we've just kind of started making a list internally of the things that we would be interested in ensuring that we fully understand as we move through the process, if the process does go forward. Certainly details on the water and sewer system and any other public infrastructure that the town owns and operates, is in the process of upgrading, has debt associated with. Certainly any details on financials, revenues, expenditures, any debt or any other liabilities that the town has. There's a cemetery, as I understand it, that's operated. I'd be very interested in the financial status of that and how it will impact things going forward. Certainly the DMV, the same thing. A detailed review of the town zoning, anything that's in process that we need to be aware of should this move forward. A review of the staffing and the operational costs associated with the town. We would have to look at that and see what load would transfer over to the county and how that load would be managed by our internal capabilities and whether additions would be necessary. And I would certainly think as part of that process, we would require an audit of the town, should the board wish to have that done as well. And I echo the chairman's thoughts. We certainly have no position on this. Just trying to prepare in case the town does want to move forward with this.
Thank you. And again, I'll just emphasize, I was contacted by some elected officials asking what the process was. The county attorney provided the code. I provided that. But at this point, the county has no position, no involvement, no active role, and the ball's in the court of the town council of the town of Mineral. So I just thought it was important to have a public discussion about that, and I'm glad we did. The last item under information discussion items is a discussion of Haley Drive and Kentucky Springs Road.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I can start this one off as well. So that intersection has seen additional traffic through activities, the construction activities in the area, and also increased activities and further increases in activities, which will be as a result of Dominion's outage, which will start early this fall. The county has been part of discussions with both the station and VDOT to look at enhanced signaling devices in the area, and the station has made an application to VDOT to place temporary signals at the intersection in order to support enhanced safety at the intersection as well. It's also our understanding that the Virginia Department of Transportation has conducted a detailed study of that intersection. They have not completed it yet. It is in process, and I would be very interested in the results of this study. And I guess I would like the board also to request from VDOT the status of this study and a copy of it when it is complete. But I do want to let people know that we are very interested in monitoring plans for that intersection and future plans for that intersection so that we can ensure that it's as safe as possible.
You want a motion for that?
Yes, sir.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any other?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Cuckoo District residents are very concerned with this situation. I've had almost countless conversations for months and months about this intersection with VDOT, Clark, and Dominion Energy, and they have acknowledged that there's a traffic safety issue. Very little has been done to solve it right now. So since the first day I was elected and years prior to that, especially during outages, this intersection has always been a concern of mine. And it's been 43 years since I came here, and I've watched the community there grow to the point where the intersection, it no longer serves residents and visitors safely nor effectively. And that is evidenced by an accident count of almost one per day in the last 2 months. Almost one per day. One of the first requests I made was to have VDOT consider the near future of the intersection that we're speaking of tonight, as well as Kentucky Springs and 208 in the chairman's district. Each of these intersections needs significant reengineering to and basically address community growth and traffic growth. This particular intersection, which is Kentucky Springs, Haley Drive, and Johnson Road, which is where the Lake Anna Technology Campus, as well as the North Anna Power Station traffic goes, plus all of your vacationers and residents trying to get to and from work and school, that has become more dangerous since early July. A traffic safety light was hit by a oversized vehicle and was removed by VDOT. So right now there is no flashing light or anything at that intersection. There is a stop sign on Haley and Johnson, but that is it. So again, we have been talking, as Administrator Goodwin mentioned, the solutions are, as of right now, they're not satisfactory. And I think my patience has worn thin, because citizen safety is my highest priority as a supervisor, as well as a community activist. So we've been waiting patiently, and believe me, we've endured the extra traffic from the data center construction, and now we're going to have an extended outage from North Anna. So that intersection is only going to get busier. So tonight, I am going to publicly and respectfully ask for VDOT, Clark, and Dominion to produce a short-term plan for the intersection of Kentucky Springs, Haley, and Johnson Road within 10 days of this meeting. That is August 13th. So I can assure my constituents that their concerns are being heard and that their concerns are being addressed. I hear from them almost every day. Furthermore, it is past time that a long-term traffic safety solution was created to keep pace with accelerating community growth. Let us not learn this lesson again and again and again. We have to see this situation as a reminder to the rest of the county and our communities that are enduring data center construction, because there are a couple more coming, other commercial projects, increased development. They all require ongoing evaluation, foresight, and better contingency planning with shareholders like VDOT. It is their job to keep our citizens safe. The county can only do so much, and we are doing what we can. But we rely upon VDOT as well as the project planners to make safe traffic decisions. In my mind, there's no government overreach when it comes to keeping our roads safe for citizens. And I was reminded of that during a recent phone call with a constituent who called me to express concern about the start of school coinciding with his son beginning to drive on Kentucky Springs Road. And as a father of two that drove daily to Louisa County High School prior to the recent traffic safety situation, I told him that I would be praying for his son and all the other students heading back to school, and I would continue to push for a resolution to this threat to county citizen safety. Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Before we vote, I do have a couple. And I want to echo some things that Mr. Goodwin said and Supervisor McCotter. There have been far too many to count. I don't know that I could count the number of conference calls, the number of meetings, the number of Zoom calls with all the interested parties. But I really want to focus on VDOT, which is, as Supervisor McCotter said, its responsibilities is the highways. We have been talking for months about LED stop signs at the intersection of Johnson Road and Haley Drive with Kentucky Springs. We have been talking about the installation of traffic lights at that intersection for well over a year. We have been talking about the installation of rumble strips to slow traffic down, to let traffic know that it's always a busy intersection, well before the flashing light that has been there for 25 or 30 years, I think. VDOT's response from when it was taken down in an accident, well, it's not warranted being put back up. which I totally disagree with. School starts next week. We're still in tourist season through Labor Day weekend. We have a lot of people here that are not familiar with that road, not familiar with back roads, period, that are going to be here. School starts. We do have construction traffic. We're going to have an outage. We have our residents. And quite frankly, I am personally disturbed by what I see as a lack of urgency on VDOT's part to give us some solutions. Whether they're permanent or temporary, as Supervisor McCotter said, we're almost up to about one accident a day, and that's not acceptable. I have expressed this to VDOT multiple times. I made sure they knew that I was going to express it again publicly tonight. There are things that can happen tomorrow that VDOT could install some safety traffic mitigation at that intersection that would at least give us some short-term relief while we work towards a longer-term relief. But I will say this, we have been discussing this intersection for well over a year, and that is not acceptable to our residents, to our visitors, and to the workforce that works here in Louisa County. So we do have a motion. Yes, sir.
Just a comment. And I've had some discussions with VDOT as well, and I do know that there are two major players in this as well as VDOT, that being Dominion and the other one is AWS. There is a tremendous amount of construction that is going on, and from my understanding, the traffic analysis that are done, the typical way of doing it is not during construction. It's an after. The traffic analysis is based generally on what takes place once the build out or construction is done. So that is, I think, a poor way of doing it, and certainly a cause for a lot of this problem. But I think there are two other players that need to come in on this as well with VDOT for something to actually happen. And I think we need to do what we can to bring them to the table as well. I know they have been involved because the discussions are going on. But from what I understand, it's, and they're looking at some temporary measurements or measures. But from what I'm understanding, the putting up the traffic lights, it certainly will help. But in order to help facilitate the traffic around it, it's going to also require traffic turn lanes and that kind of thing. So it's a lot involved, but I do think we need to see if we do what we can to get Dominion and AWS to the table with us as well. It's a group effort.
I don't disagree. They're at the table. They're at the table. Clark is at the table. So it's a frustrating process at this point. All those in favor of the motion to require the speed study or the traffic study to the county signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Before we move on, we've been here an hour and 33 minutes, so the board will take a 10-minute recess. Ordinance and Maps, Mr. Kuhn. And before we start, I know those of you who stayed, this is really the reason you've stayed. So let us work through this process so that we can explain it to you and you can understand what we're doing. Mr. Kuhn.
All right. If Scott can help me out here.
I gotta get the audio going back again.
Yep. All right.
Take time, boss. We're all good. It's all good.
All right. We're good. All right. So what you all have before you tonight in your agenda packet is the previous option that we had that was simply the CUP requirements. As many people talked about tonight, the reason why we thought that the CUP was important was because if an organization wanted to provide this service, what a CUP offers is that if future boards, no one sitting here today, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, if a CUP is approved, that option gets to continue moving forward. So even if the regulations and rules change, that zoning use continues. So that's something that is very important, where if it's just by right, if this board or a future board decides to change the by right regulations, then anybody that's operating it by right needs to change those rules and apply that way. So that's something that we felt was important, that for these organizations, yes, it was one longer process, but once it was done, it was going to be set for a longer period of time. We also felt that it was important that the community surrounding these areas had the opportunity to hear what was going to happen, be educated about what the situations were going to be. This is something that, it was mentioned previously that there's going to be residents come out and want to speak against it. However, that also gives that organization or religious assembly, nonprofit, whoever, the opportunity to educate the surrounding neighbors as to what is going to happen, who is going to be here, what rules apply, and all the processes that were articulated earlier today. However, with all the conversation that we have had, there's been some discussion about adding some limited duration by right options. I had created this as something that we could review and potentially add some by right options to it. I think several things are going to change. So I will stand ready to answer any questions and work through this document that you all have before you. But ultimately, the by right option is something that Chairman Adams, I believe, had worked with. So if you wanted to speak to those.
Yeah, couple of things before we talk about the by right option. Let's go back to the CUP option. CUP option, we had meetings 2 weeks ago with representatives of the Louisa Homeless Coalition, and I've had multiple conversations with people about that. We have proposed, or the county is proposing, if this part passes tonight, an expedited CUP process, for lack of a better word, plug-and-play application where we're using a tremendous amount of the requirements in a CUP are being pulled from the policies that the Louisa Homeless Coalition is currently using to teach churches and those organizations on what those guidelines are. For example, when they come, when they leave, transportation, where they pick up, how they communicate, even to the point that I was interested to hear that when they put out the notice that there would be a shelter open that day, that if they don't get people to respond by 3 o'clock, they don't open the shelter. So there's a lot of plug-and-play information in here that is being utilized right now that is working. So that this is not a vehicle to, in my mind, and I want to say this publicly, this is not a vehicle to deny the right of churches or nonprofits to provide humanitarian shelters when the weather requires that type of activity. It also will provide what I would say this, and I believe the Homeless Coalition has already communicated with churches. If you're interested in having a CUP to operate this winter, start filling out the application. There's an expedited process. I would like to see, I had a discussion with somebody the other day, whether it's the first meeting or the second meeting in October, that process is through the Planning Commission here at this board, so this board can take votes, so that we're in the middle, we're going to be in winter time. I would say that one of the things that I did notice that wasn't in this, that I think maybe Mr. Williams was talking about, and we did talk about this the other day, that in the CUP process, that it would limit a humanitarian shelter to 28 days in a calendar year. We would have to add that, which again, from the conversations I've had, far exceeds any number that any church has done in this county to this point. If it would exceed, if they would use their 28 days, and that's not 28 days that they say that they're going to have a shelter open and nobody comes and they close it, that would be 28 days that they actually provide a shelter, that somebody's there and people are there. If they would have to come for any more than that, they would have to come to the board and ask for an extension in a year's time. Having said all of that, and I don't know if she's still here or not, this idea comes back to a conversation I had with Mary Krantz. Has she left? Mm-hmm. She left. That I had with Mary Krantz a year ago, and it's to carve out you heard some people talk about. Because I will just speak for me. This is a really conflicted issue for me. Mm-hmm. I think the church's mission is what the church's mission is. I also think that this board and the county government have a duty to the neighborhood and the collective neighborhood. The carve-out would allow, and we'll get into the details, but an overview, a by right use for churches or nonprofits to have 7 days in a calendar year, no more than 3 people per night, that they don't have to get a CUP. Again, even the 7 days is more than what we've typically seen any shelter that would provide overnight shelter in this county in anybody's immediate history. We'll talk about the specifics of that, but that gives a measure of an opportunity for churches to provide, because this has been done on a limited basis. It's done on a limited basis. We don't have major snowstorms like we had in 2021, I think, on a regular basis, or 100-degree weather like we had 3 weeks ago. But it would provide churches an opportunity, I say churches, nonprofits, an opportunity to provide humanitarian shelters for no more than 7 days, no more than 3 people. They would still need to coordinate, and I've leaned heavily into, with the Homeless Coalition, to use those same plans and use those same training, and I would encourage them to use the training through the Homeless Coalition, because you all do fabulous work. You're doing good work, and you're willing to train people and to get them out there. So that's the 2 things that we're going to discuss tonight: a CUP process, and also a by right process. And I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you to representatives of the community that have reached out to all of us, representatives of the Homeless Coalition, representatives of churches. County staff has worked extremely hard. You've worked extremely hard on this specifically. Is it perfect? Probably not. But is it, in my opinion, a really positive step in the right direction? I think it is. So having said that, that lays the table. I'll be still.
I'm going to attempt to put this in some semblance of order. Mr. Kuhn, thank you for your hard work this afternoon for putting this together. And we've sorted through a few things, so if you'll just endure me, I'm going to end with a motion to amend here, but I'm going to go through it a little bit at a time. I first refer back to page 89 of our book, and we'll start there. The existing definition of humanitarian shelter is good. We're going to leave that one. We're not going to use the one that's given here because it limits humanitarian shelters. Or you changed it? Is that the ones in the book? No.
To the one that's in the.
You updated, okay. Yeah. So that's the one that's in the book. We're going to keep that one. We're going to take the one that was out there. You don't have to put that sentence in, Mr. Kuhn, because that red sentence is the first one in C when you get there. It's existing. So you just leave the existing definition in the black there. That's fine. You change the 86-44.1. You strike conditional use permits for, and you just call 86-44.1 humanitarian shelters. Yes, just like that. We'll then add the shelters may operate under the 1, 2, 3 you have there. Back up the top. Yes, that's it. It may operation as a limited duration by right accessory. It may operate under the state of emergency, and it may operate as under conditional use permit. I would probably switch 2 and 3 because that's the order they are down below, but you don't have to. That just corresponds with the order that they're in. You then come in there and you add the A, the limited duration humanitarian shelter permitted by right. That all comes down. You get to number 3. You need to complete the sentence on number 3. Any portion of a calendar day during which overnight accommodations are, what's that word? Recorded. Provided shall be considered a full day. Yeah, so you got to complete that sentence. You then switch over to B, which is the exact wording that's in there already for the CUP, except you add a B to the text there, and you change the A's and B's to 1s, 2s, 3s, because it gets confusing down below if you don't do that, but you can do that right there. You then add a number 8, yes, you'll put that right there. And number 8 is going to say the humanitarian shelter may provide overnight accommodations for no more than 28 days per calendar year during any calendar year. In accordance, the humanitarian shelter may provide overnight accommodations for no more than 28 days per calendar year during any calendar year.
One more time.
The humanitarian shelter may provide overnight accommodations for no more than 28 days per calendar year. We'll fix that in a minute. 28 days per calendar year. I think you can end there. I don't think you say, to say during any calendar year. I think it's redundant. Yeah. Get that up 7-6, there you go.
Your motion, Supervisor?
No, just, okay, we're really close. Just let them get everything cleaned up. And then C would be the declared state of emergency, which that sentence, a religious assembly may operate administratively during a state of emergency, which was redundant in the definition and didn't need to be up there as well. So I would move that we amend this with this wording to move forward for a vote.
I'll second that.
Now,
We can talk about whatever you want to now. We got a motion on the floor.
before we take questions, if you're fine, can you go over what we just did so that people understand what the proposal is right now?
Yes, sir. So what we've done is we've slightly altered the humanitarian shelter to essentially take out the red sentence that was last, and we added that to a section C. So it's a section by itself, but it means the same thing. In the definition, we also added parts 1, 2, and 3, which separate it. So there is a by right option, there is a CUP option, and then there is the emergency option, which we just removed from the definition. In the by right option, we do have maximum occupancy, maximum duration, and then reporting requirements. So as we mentioned already in the CUP, it'd have to be accessory use to the structure. The maximum occupancy is no more than 3 shelter occupants may stay overnight at the property. Volunteers, employees, other persons providing supervisory or supervision or services shall not be counted. So if you had 3 individuals and 2 staff, that's still only 3. Maximum duration, it's only for 7 calendar days. Any portion of a calendar day during which overnight accommodations are provided shall be considered a full day. That clarification also mentions if someone decides to offer it for the coldest week of the year and they are only taken up on the offer of one night, they still have 6 nights that they can provide overnight accommodations. Continuous
Stop. Just to clarify, this is by right.
All right.
Okay, continue.
One of the requirements would be continuous supervision, so an adult representative authorized by the operator, so that could be the church or LHC or however they organize, shall be physically present and responsible for on-site supervision while shelter occupants are present. There's operational responsibility. The operator shall maintain procedures addressing occupant intake, emergency contacts, behavioral expectations, supervisions, and responses to complaints or emergencies. These are documentation that has been provided by LHC. They have it fully vetted. It's something that they already operate and utilize.
Louisa Housing Coalition.
Homeless
Coalition. Homeless Coalition, okay.
We do have in here a zoning notification at least 3 calendar days before beginning the shelter operations or as soon as feasible. What this accounts for is if someone wants to offer it, let's say Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, if they let community development know, we should be able to let the sheriff's office know or fire and EMS. So if there's a call, not a emergency number, hey, the lights are on at this church at 2 o'clock in the morning, we've been notified. We know that they're offering some kind of overnight shelter. So that should alleviate some of those calls. And this is where the property, the shelter operator, proposed dates, maximum number of shelter occupants, and then the name and telephone numbers of whoever the on-site representative is.
Now, is that for both the by right and the CUP?
Well, this is, right now, we're just talking
right.
by right. But I also have in here, there's a provision that when advance notice is impractical, so this is, we get a phone call right now, somebody needs a place to stay, that the goal is based on urgent humanitarian need, the notice shall be provided as soon as reasonably possible and no later than 24 hours after shelter operations begin. So that way, at least send an email out saying, hey, it's an emergency, it's 8 o'clock on a Friday, but at least send an email so that we are
So
aware.
if this is the by right option, C is not necessary.
Well, it depends on if they want 1 or 2 people.
Well, it says the maximum number of shelter occupants.
Well, how many they have, right, that night?
But if you're asking them to do it 3 calendar days in advance, they don't know how many's going to show up, but the maximum number would be 3. That's all that's permitted by right.
Point.
I'm guessing that would be a proposed amendment.
Guessing. Yeah, you agree with that?
Yeah, I accept it. I was just trying to get it before
Who
we
seconded
could
it?
talk about it, and I got it.
Okay.
So then the same thing, that if it's impractical for them to do it, at least within 24 hours, that they can send an email to community development. Then we also have annual record. So just operator shall maintain a record of all the dates the shelter operated and number of shelter occupants. It doesn't need to be an annual record, but once they provide service, if they provide it to community development, that's something that they could do once, or we can keep. And this is something that would also be beneficial if in the future they decide they want to get a CUP. We can actually track how many days and occupants have utilized this service over whatever the set period is. And this would be important information, I think, when the neighbors go to learn about the CUP process and what's going on. Regulatory compliance. This is something, that shall comply with all applicable federal, state, and local building, fire prevention, health, everything that we would expect them to operate in compliance with. No expansion of the principal use. So this is something, if they're trying to build and expand, this is something that we talked about, but I don't think it's necessary if the board wants to include it or not. But we just said it shall not involve the erection of a separate shelter building, placement of temporary sleeping structures, or physical expansions of principal use unless separately approved in accordance with the applicable county requirements. So they can't have the additional housing or expansions done unless they go through basically the required process to build an expansion or addition.
Which is not what we're seeing in any shelter that's being provided now.
And then, so 10, we do have no outdoor overnight accommodations. So the expectation is, of course, if it's to get out of the heat and the cold in the winter, that this would all be done inside. And then we have exceeding limitations. If they exceed or proposed that exceed either the maximum occupancy or duration established by this subsection shall obtain a conditional use permit before conducting such operations. So if basically they are identified expanding, providing service to more people or for longer than is allowed, they'd have to get a CUP before they could continue to operate. And then the same thing, failure to comply with the requirements of this subsection may constitute a zoning violation and may disqualify the property or the operator from conducting additional by right humanitarian shelter operations until the violation has been corrected. So same thing if we identify.
But if, just for clarification, so if we're in a local or state declarative emergency?
We'll get there, I promise.
Okay.
So that's all the by right section. So as long as they abide by all that, as well as the reporting to community development as soon as feasible or within 24 hours, and then they track what they're doing and provide it on an annual basis, is something that they could do by right.
So is it 24 hours from, I just want to, this is important. So is it 24 hours from the last day that the shelter they provide in that specific time? We provide shelter Monday night, so Tuesday morning, it's over.
So it'd be no later than 24 hours after shelter operation begins. So if they got a phone call right now and said they needed a place for somebody to stay, they would have to email community development by Tuesday at 8:10 p.m. So they would just have to let us know that they started, which it gives them the ability that they could start the operation, they can help the individual, but just within 24 hours, they need to make sure they send an email to community development that they're starting the operation. Which we can change that if you all would like.
Why don't we think, and this is my opinion, 24 hours, why don't we make it 48? Again, that's the board, we have a motion, that would be an amendment, but do you have an objection to that? Do you?
Before we vote on, sir.
All right, yep, I just make sure.
So that would be, if it was Friday night, they would have to email by Sunday night.
In the building to read it till Monday morning anyway.
Mm-hmm. But still, at the very least, at least we're notified, so if a
yeah.
complaint comes in or something happens, they did do what they're supposed
And
to.
I think that's right. I don't want it to be an undue hardship on the church.
Then we get to section B, which ultimately the only thing that we added in this section is this one paragraph, except as authorized under subsection A or C, a humanitarian shelter may be permitted only pursuant to an approved conditional use permit. Application shall comply with the standards and submission requirements contained in this subsection. And then everything that's below it is what you all have already seen with the amendment of changing the A, B, C to numbering. And then, just like we said, C, the operations during a declared state of emergency. So a religious assembly or nonprofit organization may operate a humanitarian shelter for the duration of a state of emergency formally declared by the governor of Virginia or Louisa County without obtaining a conditional use permit. Such operators shall remain subject to applicable building, fire, health, and all the other regulations. The operator shall notify the zoning administrator or designated county emergency management official as soon as reasonably practicable after operations begin. The county may require reasonable information concerning the location, responsible operator, anticipated occupancy and period of operation, and emergency contact information. And the reason why that is important is because if it's an emergency, we may want to share that information for those that are in the general vicinity. So we'd want to be able to share that information.
So my question, when it was a state of emergency, when it's a state of emergency, whether this doesn't have a designated amount, right? It doesn't have a maximum number of people, the CUP. But when it's a state of emergency under the by right, I'll go back to when we had the, what year did we have that big snowstorm?
There's not a state of emergency.
21 or
in the by
22?
right. There's not a state of emergency in by right. It is either by right or there is a state of emergency.
Okay.
C is by right by fact. It is a state of emergency, but state of emergency is not located in by right.
Right.
If someone were to have complained about a humanitarian shelter during a locally declared state of emergency, as long as it was a religious assembly or nonprofit, the requirements for by right would not apply.
Right. And I would point out the last major storm we had here, the county opened a shelter at the middle school because nobody could get around. And part of the problem because nobody, and that wasn't just for people that were homeless, that was for people that were without power, that was people that were stuck on the interstate, all kinds of issues. So at that point, the county does step in and provide some services as well. All right.
And then the only other point I'd like to point out is that in this, we have religious assembly and nonprofit organizations are the only ones that would qualify for the by right and for the emergency declaration. If it was anybody else, a government entity, whether it's state or federal or anything, they would have to go through the CUP process. So that's just want to make sure everyone's clear that by right and the emergency provision are allowed for the religious assemblies and the nonprofit organizations.
Only.
Only.
That's where the, yeah, I understand that. Makes sense. Okay, that's where wording came from, that's real. That's real. That's good.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate this. So the by right is for a religious assembly or a nonprofit organization. So I know there's many churches in our locality that serve both purposes, so they would be able to operate either one. But same thing if it was Resource Council or the Housing Foundation or something, they would also be able to operate if they had the facilities. But that's religious assembly or nonprofit organization would be by right, as well as when we get to the emergency, a religious assembly or nonprofit organization.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Coon? You had your hand.
Well, I've just lost track of these last minute changes. Back up to the definition. What exactly are the changes that have
Well,
been made?
the problem with the definition that was first proposed,
Now, I'm asking Mr. Coons, because we've got changes on here that have been changed since this. And I'm trying to figure out if we're gonna vote on something, I'd like to know what the changes are.
Okay. So this is the same that's in your agenda packet right now. This item has been added to separate it to where there's by right, a CUP, and then an emergency provision. And then the last thing that we did is if you look in your agenda packet on page 89.
So under the definition,
Correct.
part of that has been changed from what we had here.
Correct. That's the red is the same, and then the last sentence where it says a religious assembly and nonprofits may operate a humanitarian shelter for the duration of a state or locally declared state of emergency without the benefit of a conditional use permit. That has been deleted and moved to subsection C.
I don't see that on this sheet or that one.
It's on that.
Maybe it's a back page.
Yeah, subsection C is on the last page. The operations during a declared state of emergency. Basically, this whole section replaces that last sentence in the definition in Agenda Packet 89.
All right. Was that all of, I mean, you talked for 5 minutes about changes.
I mean, then we added subsection A, which is the by right provisions. So that's added. None of that is in your agenda packet.
Is it basic, the gist of what we were putting in here was the three, where you had no more than 3 people for, and a 7-day limit. All right, and that's in.
Correct. So the by right, it's the maximum occupancy is no more than 3 shelter occupants. Maximum duration, no more than 7 calendar days. Then the supervision, the operational responsibilities, notification, record, regulatory compliance.
That stuff stayed the same.
All that stuff is the by right section, yes.
Okay. All right, what else in here? Was that the end of it?
And then section B is a humanitarian, is the conditional use permit section, which essentially is everything that's in the agenda packet on page 89. except we added just this paragraph because it says except as authorized under sections A or C, just so we can make sure we account for the by right and the emergency operation.
Okay.
And then we also added this number 8, humanitarian shelters may provide overnight accommodations for no more than 28 days per calendar year. So in the CUP process, there's a cap on the number of days.
Well, I knew about that. I just didn't know, lost track of where it went. Is that the gist of the changes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the part that Mr. Adams had brought out is my understanding none of this applies when there is a state of emergency declared by the state or local government.
That's what the subsection C now says that.
Okay. All right.
Anyone else? We've got a year and a half down to this, and this is where we're at. All right,
That's
anybody else have
taken
any other
forever.
questions? All right, so we have a motion we have a motion and a second to amend the CUP process to what we have on the screen, which adds a by right use, changes a few of the definitions, which we've gone over. And have any other questions to that? Because I'm about to call for the vote, unless you have any questions. You have a comment?
I would like to make a brief comment. I think that moving forward, we'll see how this works. And I don't like the idea of Louisa County serving as a social experiment, but the idea is sound. So I think this is a good example of listening to citizens, compromising, and I hope it's a good government decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll say
Yes,
something.
ma'am.
I'm going to second what you said. Supervisor McCotter, I think this is a sound move in the right direction. I know it was confusing for audience, all of us switching things around right now, but I think after a year, we're finally getting somewhere with this. But I also think that this gives residents a chance to feel confident in these guardrails. And I know in my district, they have had many concerned calls from many people that want guardrails on this, and I think that they will be happy, and I think that this hopefully will be able to accomplish what your mission is in the Homeless Coalition, and I thank you all for taking up this mission and working forward in this and working with our county.
Mr. Chair. I'd just like to thank the chairman and the coalition for working together on this. I really do appreciate trying to come with some common ground. But at the end of the day, I'm convicted because I just don't think that we should be in the church's business. And that just me, a little country Baptist boy, and that won't change. I'm sorry, people, but I just don't think we should be in the church's business. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Whitaker.
I too want to thank everybody for coming together and working hard on this. It's obviously been a long process. Hopefully we're getting it as close to right as maybe we can get it. If not, we can go back, I guess, and readdress the things that we've done. As Mr. McCotter said, I've waited to say this in this setting, but I've said it to a few of you folks. It's been said to us, whether it be through the Resource Council or wherever, that we don't have that many people in the county that are homeless people. You know, I guess if you have one homeless person, it's a problem. Certainly for that person it is. But I had again, with Mr. Barlow and myself being on the Thomas Jefferson Planning District, it certainly is a mix of people, and the city of Charlottesville is one of the members of that. And they are doing their best to address their homeless problem there. My advice for Louisa County is that in case we ever get to the point where we need help with the homeless problem, I think we need to have a conversation with the city of Charlottesville. Doesn't mean we have to do anything right now, but I think we need to have that conversation so that we maybe have some options that we can work with somebody else with that that's far more experienced than what we are, and I think welcomes the idea of maybe that being the case. So I just wanted I didn't know of a better time to bring that up than right now. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so we have a motion on the floor to adopt as amended what's on the screen, which is a by right use and a CUP process for humanitarian shelters. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Coon. All right. Now we'll give you a breather. We'll move you on. I will say this, when we're transitioning to the next item. I would strongly encourage any church or nonprofit that wants to apply for a CUP under this expedited process, apply tomorrow. Let's get you in here in the next couple of months, vote on it, and I think what we've seen tonight is a willingness on this board to try to help with this homeless problem that we have and to help mitigate it in the county. So, thank you. All right, next is a resolution to adopt the Louisa County Strategic Tourism Plan 2026. Mrs. King.
Great. Good evening, Chair and board members. Tonight, we're asking the board to adopt the 2026 Louisa County Strategic Tourism Plan, which begins on page 98 of your packets. This plan was originally introduced to the board in the County Administrator's Report in July. It has since been reviewed by the Tourism Advisory Committee, and the committee voted to recommend the plan to the board for adoption. A few highlights of the high-level plan. It establishes a formalized vision for tourism development that aligns tourism goals with the county's strategic initiatives and goals. It is a communication device that categorizes initiatives with their respective goals and is intended to periodically recenter efforts. It is also meant to serve as a guide for new committee members and offers committee policy guidance. The plan is intended to support economic vitality, encourage collaboration, and reflect the identities and values of Louisa County. At this time, I would love to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. King, I would like to say congratulations because whatever you're doing is working.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I see a large footprint in the past couple of years of the tourism efforts. And, I mean, if we continue along this path, I mean, tourism is going to become one of our major industries here in Louisa County. And I think we can all say that's a positive. So thank you. Keep it up.
Do you happen to have, and I think somebody said it tonight, the county fair just completed this weekend. Do you know what the percentage increase they had? Because it was a huge number.
Oh, the percentage increase, I don't happen to know off the top of my head. I do know from talking to Mr. Goodwin that they did break all their records from previous years, and they were saying 11,000 in attendance.
45% increase was the number that I got today.
45%.
But percentage right, 11,000 people and
That's awesome. That's awesome. Doesn't help when you have a band like Little Texas to wind it up, you know,
Right.
so.
Can I say something? Cindy, you're an asset to our team here and our staff, and thank you so much for the work on the tourism, on our public relations side, and everything that you do. So thank you so much.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion.
Can I get a second? Second? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. You're back up.
Okay, one more for you.
I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the meeting, but it's Shark Week still, so be really careful.
Well, I am on theme, so I have my Shark Week shirt on. So as the board is aware, Louisa County receives transit occupancy tax revenue from visitors utilizing hotels, short-term rentals, and other lodging establishments within the county. And a portion of the transit occupancy tax revenue is allocated to the county's general fund to support core public services, while Virginia law requires a portion of the revenue be dedicated tourism-related purposes, and that increased visitation and strengthens the local economy. And the Tourism Advisory Committee reviews tourism support requests and makes funding recommendations to the Board of Supervisors for the use of tourism-designated transit occupancy tax revenues to support programs, events, organizations, and initiatives that enhance the visitor experience, increase overnight stays, and contribute to Louisa County's tourism economy. So with that said, the Tourism Advisory Committee received a tourism support request from the Lake Anna Advisory Committee for funding in the amount of $3,800 to support removing buoys that were damaged beyond rehabilitation and installing new regulatory buoys that promote safe navigation on Lake Anna, correct DWR violations, and help protect residents and visitors while enjoying recreational experiences that support tourism. As Lake Anna is one of the county's premier tourism assets, maintaining safe waterways is essential to preserving and enhancing the visitor experience, allowing this project to be considered for use of TOT funds. The committee is recommending the project funding and the requested amount of $3,800 for removing 11 non-compliant buoys and installing 9 new northwest bridge buoys.
Mr. Chairman, I do sit as chairman of the Lake Anna Advisory Committee, and one result of more tourism, particularly at Lake Anna, is that the buoys keep getting destroyed. And we do budget every year for the replacement of buoys, but the amount of buoys that have been destroyed, displaced, or did not meet compliance due to just various reasons exceeded the budget that we've done, which is a $14,000 budget. So we pretty much, we don't even have the proper amount of reserve fund because we're spending so much money on buoy replacement and hydrilla management. So that is why this is a request. This is a budget supplement.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the tourism funding support for the Lake Anna Advisory Committee.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this tourism funding for the Lake Anna Advisory Commission. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Colvin, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the Children's Services Act.
Yes, Chairman, members of the board. This is a request for a budget supplement to CSA services. At the end of fiscal year 26, we had several more cases and several more expenses that came in, and this is needed to cover it. It's a request for $192,008, which we will get some of the state funding towards it, but the additional would come from fund balance.
Any questions for Mr. Colvin? It's a pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Louisa County is known as a caring county, obviously from some of the actions we've taken tonight, and we do take care of our at-risk children. So I fully support this, and I would make a motion to
And I'll
approve.
second it.
Been properly moved and seconded that we authorize this budget supplement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. A budget supplement for landfill operations.
Yes, this is a budget request for additional funding for fuel cost at the landfill. The landfill's workload and trash intake has been increased. We also have increased revenue, so this is offset with the budget supplement from the increased revenue we received. So we did get the money to offset this request for the $20,000 to cover the increased fuel cost.
So move.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we authorize this budget supplement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next is supervisor comments. Anybody want to take the bait tonight?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. I just got back from attending the NACO conference, and I really hope that in the future, and one thing we've not done is to send other staff members to that conference, because there's a lot of things like IT people, GIS people, by meeting other people in the country, learning some things that they do. But one of the biggest topics is that was there, of course, national topic was data centers. Real big conference. A lot of people talking about that. But just briefly, one thing that localities are doing, they are starting to, the public wants them to be more transparent. So some states are now putting on their website. I saw with Chesterfield County starting to do it now. They're putting where they got all of their data, future data center potentially locations. And they're showing the public infrastructure and things of that nature, so that the public is more aware, pretty much trying to educate the public on data centers and some of the things that go with them. But that was a really good topic. Basically, the other thing, affordable housing. It's a national concern. a lot of people dealing with in different ways. But the group left here tonight, but I don't know if they knew that the Virginia General Assembly has made it easy for churches to provide housing for affordable housing without our say-so if they own church land. So I don't know if churches know that they can take advantage of that, but they can provide affordable housing in this new General Assembly with that. But anyhow, I just thought I'd just share that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Then Mr. McOtter, I guess, can speak, but I also attended the NACO conference. It was my first one. I attended it because Supervisor Barnes has talked so highly of it and so much information at it. It was phenomenal. The rooms were filled for all of the talks about data centers and AI. You could tell that those are the top across the nation. That is what is going on, are data centers and AIs and communities wanting to learn more about AI and how to incorporate it. I was proud to sit there and listen and think, oh, we're already integrating that in. Some counties haven't even touched it. So that was great to see a lot of the suggestions that were being proposed out there in the conference. We are already integrating. But I would highly, Supervisor, you were there too. I would love to see some staff members attend next year. There was a lot of different jurisdictions that had staff and elected officials together. All of the presentations were top-notch. Thank you for recommending it.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief, 3 comments. July 13th, I had a meeting with VDOT representatives Craig Simpson and Willie Gordon with residents of Cedar Hill Road that are very concerned. It's been over 2 years that they've been contacting me about safety on that road. I'm here to report good news about VDOT. They were very receptive to the attendees' concerns, and they volunteered to do a traffic study pending a supervisor resolution approval. Also, I'm planning a meeting with the 3 Cuckoo District representatives, myself, Planning Commissioner George Goodwin, and School Board Representative Steve Harris, to be held later this month at the public meeting room at the Louisa County Library, date to be announced. Lastly, the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality approved a VPDES permit by AWS to discharge non-contact cooling water from the AWS data center at the Lake Anna Technology Campus into Sedges Creek that flows into Cooling Pond 1 of North Anna's waste heat treatment facility. While I am against industrial discharges into Lake Anna, this is into Dominion Energy's private water, and the county relies on the DEQ to fully vet such activities. I am satisfied that the permit was carefully considered and ultimately and wisely included a groundwater monitoring of wells around the site, and funding is set aside to address any well failures that were caused by the data center. That concludes my comments.
Anybody else? I would just add to Supervisor Barnes and Supervisor Jones's comments. I noticed too at VACO there were a lot of staff, a lot of county administrators, deputy county administrators, county attorneys, county treasurers, a lot of staff, and I think some of the sessions were more germane to the elected people, but I think some were really germane to staff. So that just something for you to consider next time. I think that's a good.
Proceed. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
It's in Georgia next year, Savannah.
Very good.
That's what
I thought it was in Indianapolis.
No, it's in Georgia.
Georgia.
Because I thought, no knock on Indianapolis, but I'm going, really?
Savannah.
All right, we'll move on to reports of officers, boards, and standing committees. Do we have any committee reports? I don't believe we have any board appointments. No. County administrators report.
Mr. Chairman, if it please the board, the agenda is extensive tonight, and nearly everything that I had in my report has either been covered in that or by someone during supervisor comments or remarks or questions. So if it please the board, I will cede my time to the remainder of your business this evening. Perhaps it does not please the board. I'm
We could
happy
probably
to go through
get
some
this.
dates and correspondence.
Yeah, we could get this to 9:30, 10 o'clock if you want to go.
60 pages of department
All right,
reports. We can go through them one by one if you would like.
Yeah, we'll move on. Now we'll move. We'll move on to public hearings. We have 4 public hearings. The first one is almost becoming a monthly thing, which I think we're very grateful for, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 86 Land Development Regulations, proposed addition, the Ellisville Agricultural and Forestal District. Ms. Breakville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking Mr. Barlow and Ms. Jones for coming out to the educational event last week, and I want to invite you all. We have one next Wednesday in the public, or in the extension room at 6 o'clock. So if you're available, we would love to have you. So the Ellisville Ag Forestal District application, I do want to start by saying all three of these have been recommended by Ag Forestal Rural Preservation Committee and the Planning Commission for your approval. So the first one is Ellisville. The landowner is John Massey. It's one parcel zoned A1. It's 30.8 acres. The proposed district addition is located 0.67 miles from the northernmost portion of the Ellisville Ag Forestal District. The parcel is located along Route 613, west of Route 669, east of Route 693, and north of White Creek in the Louisa voting district. This area of the county is deemed rural in the comprehensive plan, and the primary use is timber. I can stand for questions at this time.
Anyone have any questions? We'll open a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would wish to address the board regarding this amendment to the Ag and Forestal District? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
So
Mr.
moved.
Woodward?
Sorry.
Whether you want it or not. so
Whether you
moved, sir.
want it, Mr. Woodward. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
He can get the next one. It's in his district, too.
I'm done.
Actually, I think it's a
I would-
mineral, but maybe I'll get it.
If it's, where is it?
Next one is.
Then
Mineral. Mr. Woodward, I'm going to call on you. when it's,
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Brake.
The next one's gold mine, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The Gold Mine Ag Forestal District, landowners June and Linda Courtney, there's 3 parcels, zoned A1, it's 33 acres. The proposed district addition adjoins the westernmost qualifying portion of the Gold Mine Creek Agriculture and Forestal District. The parcels are located along Route 669, south of Route 651, and northwest of Route 760 in the Mineral Voting District. This area of the county is deemed rural in the comprehensive plan, and the uses are timber. Again, this has been recommended by both Ag Forestal and the Planning Commission. I can stand for questions at this time.
Any questions for Ms. Brakeville? I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would wish to address the board on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Woodward?
So moved.
Second.
We're all getting a little punchy here, I think. Been properly moved and seconded. We approve this amendment to the Gold Mine Ag and Forestal District. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Brakeville.
Yes, so the next one is for the Healing Springs Agriculture and Forestal District. This would be a new AFD in the county, and it would be located in the Mountain Road District. So we're extremely excited to have a new district there. This will now, I believe, put 3 districts, but 2 right there next to each other in the Gum Springs area. So it was extremely excited. I know that there's been a lot of people in that area extremely interested in developing an AFD in that part of the county. There are, I'm going to do the original application and the amended application. You have in front of you the 2 combined. So the original application is the landowner Healing Springs Farm LLC. It's 1 parcel, 826.5 acres, zoned A2. The proposed district is located along Route 611 and Route 635, south of the South Anna River and east of Route 663, slightly west of the Hanover County line and slightly north of the Goochland County line in the Mountain Road District. This area is deemed rural in the comprehensive plan. The use is timber. There was an amendment to this, which is allowed by state code, so that was received within 30 days by community development. The landowners are the Dorasami family. The proposed district addition adjoins the northern portion of the proposed Healing Springs Ag Forestal District. The parcel is located along Route 1048, north of Route 611 and south of Route 635 in the Mineral Voting District, and this parcel is used for crops. Again, these were both recommended to you.
Ms. Brakeville. All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would wish to address the board on this Ag and Forestal District? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Barlow.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this amendment in addition to the Healing Springs Agri and Forestal District. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am. What does that bring us to total acreage that we've done this year, roughly? Roughly.
You asked me the one week I didn't actually bring the updated spreadsheet.
That's okay.
Over
I would
5,000
say
now.
it's well over 5,000 at this point. I don't know if we're quite to 6,500 yet, but we're somewhere between there. And we have easily another 4,000 left, and we're still accepting applications every day. So hopefully it continues to go up, but definitely we'll have over 10,000 by the end of the year.
That's awesome. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Next is a resolution rezoning 2026-02. R.T. Williams III applicant, Sean Brown the owner. Rezoning request, Mr. Eglin.
Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, before you tonight is a rezoning request from General Commercial C2 to Agricultural A2 to allow for a family subdivision. The property is 12.98 acres and is located on Fredericks Hall Road, Route 618, and is further identified as tax map number 44-58 in the Cuckoo Election District. The 2040 Louisa County Comprehensive Plan designates this area of Louisa County as rural, outside of any designated growth area. Staff believes the proposed family division would align with the current character of adjacent properties containing single-family dwellings. Staff has traced the subject property's general commercial C2 zoning back to the 1982 zoning map. The applicant purchased the land to complete a family subdivision. However, upon submitting plats for review with community development, the applicant learned family divisions are not permitted within the C2 zoning district. The current slide shows the proposed family division. The applicant has also provided a proffer statement to limit the number of family divisions to 3 with 1 residue parcel and to extend the retention period from 5 years to 15 years. The neighborhood meeting was held on June 10th. It had 2 attendees, and there was discussion about potential concerns of increased noise. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the rezoning with proffers. This concludes staff's report.
Any questions for Mr. Eglin? I have one. There's a lot of talk and activity in the county about reducing residential development and residential homes and slowing residential growth. But, you know, with everything, there's always an exception to every rule. I mean, this to be zoned commercial in this area of the county today makes 0 sense. Is that right? Let me put it this way. I don't want you to have to answer that. That's not fair. In my opinion, for this to be to be zoned commercial now makes 0 sense. There are no public utilities, nothing down there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Eglin? All right, thank you, sir. The applicant is here, Mr. Williams.
Chairman, members of the board, it's always a pleasure to be in front of you. I will have to admit, I was looking forward to seeing Tom wear his snorkel, but he opted not to.
Me too.
Thank you for your time. It's been a long afternoon, evening. We'll try to move through this and answer all your questions. The subject property is tax map 44-58. It is 12.98 acres, and it is located 2.7 miles outside of the town of Mineral on Fredericks Hall Road, State Route 618. Currently, the property is zoned C2, and as you look at this map, you can see this area has a smattering of zonings. Why? Maybe dates back to our favorite Crown map that the Department of Community Development has, but certainly there was some planning that was done here at some point in time, but as the chairman points out, I don't see the reasoning here to continue to have this C2 for reasons that we will discuss later. I think it's also important to note that the subject property touches and has A2 on 3 sides of it. And ironically, to point out here for you, the one side that does not have an A2 zoning is actually a residential subdivision with about 16 homes on it to the immediate right of it from this picture. So slide 4, if we think about the current character of the community and what is around this property in this position, it is a rural area, but it also has a, dare I say, have a little bit of urban sprawl that has popped up around it. My calculations and counting from a distance of about 2,500 feet of the border of this property identifies about 66 houses that are within 2,500 feet of this boundary. And that's important to point out because that is the use that we're desiring here. We're trying to take it from C2 to A2 for the purpose of a family division to build 4 houses on. And we'll talk about the why. So this property is located, like I said, right outside the town of Mineral, and there's 3 stars on this presentation for you to look at. The red star is the great town of Mineral. The yellow star is the subject property, but the blue star is an important consideration for you to consider. The blue star is owned by Mr. Sean Brown. Sean is the owner of S&M Handyman Services. He's been a resident of this county for a long time. He owns and operates a business that not only employs and services the county at large, but also employs his children. He has 2 sons that work for him. He also has several nephews that work for him that, again, call home base operation where that blue star is. So as a father and as a business owner, you can understand wanting to have his children and his employees close to him. So Mr. Brown purchased this property. He paid cash for it, found a good deal, and I think maybe we know why it was a good deal now. Because it was zoned C2 and not A2 and had limited uses at it. He was unaware of that at the time of his purchase. You can imagine his surprise when he engages a surveyor to put forth the plat that we're going to point out here in a couple minutes. Calls me, has me draft some deeds, submit to the county for the county to go, sorry, we can't do family divisions on C2 land. Makes sense. So Mr. Brown lives about 1.8 miles away from this subject property. And here's the plan that he submitted that was summarily rejected by the county for good reason. You can see that lot 1 is for his son, Aaron Brewer. Lot 2 is for his nephew, Corey Brown. Lot 3 is the residue parcel. Lot 4 is the bigger parcel for his son, Sean Devin Brown. And I was asked at the Planning Commission and by some interested parties previous to this, why the residue parcel? Why not just 2 family subdivisions and then 1 residue? And that's pretty simple, straightforward answer that Mr. Brown instructed me to answer on his behalf, and that is he has another nephew that he fully intends on letting build a house on this parcel. So in reviewing the staff's packet, staff did a fantastic job in working through this, and I wanted to point out 3 things to you. Staff analysis says this will have a minimal impact to the county services. Staff states that it will align with the current character of the adjacent properties, as we've seen by the map, and it actually supports the vision for the 2040 comp plan. All 3 things that I agree with. The Planning Commission also agreed with their 7-0 recommendation to this board for acting in favor of this request. And Chairman Adams did steal my thunder here. There are no utilities on this. It's a windy, twisty road. If you've been down Fredericks Hall Road, it is not an ideal site for commercial entrances and exits, for large, heavy truck traffic. And furthermore, it's not within a growth area and is not in an area that the board and previous boards have designated as an area that should have commercial development. So, to be brief, we think this is a reasonable request. And I think it's important to acknowledge the tension of the county as it continues to grow, but also decide where it grows and how it grows. And I think one of the things to consider as the county works through this is, are we in a position as a county that allows us to provide affordable places for people who already live here and already work here and want to continue to live here and work here with their family? Do we have that ability to provide that for them? And the family subdivision ordinance, I think, is that vehicle. And I think that's shown from this board's actions as it has worked to preserve the family subdivision sizes and abilities as it works through the zoning changes it's contemplating coming down the road. So with that, I will be happy to stand and answer any questions that this board may have. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, thank you. Your talents are always on display when you join us. How many lots could Mr. Brown have on this piece of property had he not proffered a 4 division?
I believe that the minimum right now is 1.5 acres for a family subdivision. Not a mathematician, but I think that would be, what, 6?
So he basically proffered less than what he could get if this was divided.
That's correct. And,
normally.
and not being a mathematician, it's actually 8, now that I sit here and revise it.
I was going to say, I'm not either, but I got 8 one time.
Your math. Second question is 15 years a normal time to subdivide?
Thank you for asking that, Supervisor McCotter. The current requirement on the family subdivision ordinance is that you would hold it for a 5-year period. Mr. Brown and his children are exceptionally willing to hold it for 15 years. We think that states that their true intention here is they're not making an end run on the subdivision ordinance to have these lots chopped up, set them for 5 years, and then sell them. They're committed to building houses, living here.
I'm not going to speak for any other supervisors, but if you buy a piece of property and you don't know what it's zoned, that is not a wise purchase. You, if you were advising him prior to his purchase, would not have let him do that. This is, we are not up here to fix people's economic problems when they buy a piece of property. But we are here to listen to reasonable requests that have a reasonable proffer that seems to support what it is we're trying to do here. So thank you for working with county staff. I think we have a reasonable compromise here.
Thank you, Supervisor McCotter. And the last thing that I will address is we have also proffered that we will do no more family divisions on this parcel. We think 4 is an adequate number. You won't see an application furthermore to get us to 8 down the road. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Williams? Thank you, sir. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that would wish to address the board on this rezoning request? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. McCotter?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this rezoning request. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Barnes?
So moved. Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. We adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.